Good evening, YouTube, apparently. Welcome to this week's session of Once Upon a Roller Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition campaign. Last time, 2 weeks ago, we left off. The group, the four of you, had found your way to this uncharted island. An island that was brought to your attention by your good friend, Duen Zevzal. An island where the survivors from your home, your clan, had been stranded for a number of days before half decided to split off in pursuit of, well, you, and the other half had decided to stay. The four of you, after having a strange night where you had what felt like a shared dream, very realistic shared dream, made your way into the jungle of this tropical, uncharted island, and through the use of some magic to help expedite your travels, managed to spot and find where the rest of your clan Duen had begun to start setting up shelter, although what you found in reality contrasted heavily with what you four had experienced in a dream the previous night, where, as opposed to these individuals coming together as a community to build on this tropical island, a rather lovely place it seems, and nothing but smiles, happiness, plenty to go around, and plenty of just dreamlike bliss. What you found in reality was a dark scene of neglect and decay. Or many of those that you had somewhat recognized from their visages in the dream the night before were now gaunt, malnourished, diseased, and by all accounts on the brink of death. Yet still alive, and other than waking to necessary function, eat, drink, whatever they could, although your time on the boat these past few weeks haven't been great in terms of food, but not even you would even contemplate the stuff that they had been consuming for who knows how long. However, every moment they spent in the waking world was short-lived, as its top priority seemed to be getting back to sleep, getting back to that other place, that other life. You managed to rouse at one of these individuals from their sleep. A female dragonborn from your clan Duen named Chikel. And though all attempts to get through to her seemed to have failed, she resisted you at every turn. You still managed to get her, more or less against her will, back towards the ship. The ship that, as you approached, you realized that the members of the crew, across the deck, across the beaches, were all asleep. Succumbed to this feeling, this presence, this something about this island that even the four of you had noticed that made you drowsy, made you almost comfortable, to the point of just, what's a quick nap? You made your way back to the ship, roused the crew from their sleep, and with the assistance of Nimue, the ship itself, back into the waters, away from the island where you're currently dropped anchor and moored some distance away from the island itself. Not 100% sure if you're outside of the reach of whatever this being is that Durand, you had sensed its presence on the island. But hopefully enough. Everyone currently is, well, the others are, the rest of the crew, everyone is awake. They're all trying to figure out exactly what's going on. There's a measure of discomfort, slight panic, and the captain, as well as the other higher ups on the ship, are attempting to maintain order as, uh, well, first off, before you uh, manage to pass off Jaquel to the care of both, uh, at this point, I guess it would be Svankrid and the ship's sort of medical person who just so also happens to be the cook, Miggles. If there's anything else to add, any questions, any more comments, now would be the time. If not, it is currently evening as you're aboard the ship. Um, the sun has set maybe a little less than half an hour ago. What kind of things are you guys wanting to do? As it is the four of you, Zevzal, you have the captain there, as well as members of the academy. Essentially, everybody is in figure out what's going on and figuring out their next move. There are talks of just uh, abandoning this whole island, this whole situation, and continuing on with the mission towards Draconia. And there is there are those that are for figuring out what's going on, especially those like Zevzal, who's on his and your family are currently still on this island. But there's a lot of back and forth discussion, not quite a heated argument at this point, but just a lot of back and forth about what the next move should be. So, how are you guys feeling at this point?
We have to figure out what it is, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. If otherwise, I mean, it would mean that we would leave them here and let them just waste away. And I don't, I don't think anybody of us want that, right?
Okay, so it's probably We had bad dreams before, but that was different, I think. I don't think it was the same, cuz that was the hag, right?
I, I mean, no, yeah, at least to me, it didn't feel like the same type of thing. I mean, Dron's clan seems to be wanting to go back to sleep, and after what we experienced before, that's not something I wanted to go back into.
I mean, but that's all within reason, because even we felt exhausted over there, no? I couldn't have been the only one that felt that.
Yeah, I was exhausted, but it's still different than what with the hag, you know?
Or I mean, is it not that different? You know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a hag.
Well, mm, yeah, I don't know if they can have different things.
The similarities are there, but I don't think we really have enough to go off of.
Well, what about the child? I mean, we all saw the child in the dream or whatever it was, with the lightning. It's
There's only one other time that well, that there were something. Well, no, it's not one other time. I mean, sure, the monastery had the kids there, but also in that weird mansion thing, chateau, or whatever that was.
I
Are you
thought,
just talking about times that you've seen kids before? Like,
No, like just that there was like an apparition of a child there. But I mean, there are actually children at the monastery, so it isn't the only time that there are kids involved. But like there, it's not the. Never mind.
what?
The kid that made the deal with the whatever that smiling thing was that we saw a couple times. Maybe it's something like that.
could be, I suppose.
Spanker speaks up. It's definitely something like that. I believe Durand and I felt quite a strong presence, but it was a bit different for me. Almost as if something about the island itself, not one particular entity. I could not pinpoint where it was coming from, but I definitely felt something.
Well, I think before we can even go back into the island, we need to figure out how to fight off whatever is affecting everyone over there so we don't succumb to the same thing.
Zevzol speaks up. I mean, this might seem risky, but if Chikel over there, kind of motioning to below decks where she's been taken, is not willing to or able to give information, help us out figure this out, there were people that seemed more than willing to help us.
You're talking about going to sleep, aren't you? And I'm like pointing at him and the eyebrows or
I'm
doing eyebrow things.
I'm just saying that maybe not. It's not obvious. I don't know, but to me, it seems like whatever is causing this sleep and whatever Durand and Sven here might have felt should be one and the same, at least very strongly connected. And so, why wouldn't those things also be whatever is influencing those people and us while we sleep?
Yeah, but there's a problem.
Oh, I'm
How-
not saying it's safe at all. I'm just presenting an option. But what is the problem on your mind, Elevon?
I mean, it was really nice in the dream. I understand why they want to go back to it because what's actually happening is terrible, you know? And what if we forget? Or decide, how do we not do that?
Well, we have to wake up at some point. I mean, even they were waking up. It seemed. It's not like it didn't seem like that. Once they fell asleep, they were asleep for good. I'm not sure if that is a risk. It very well could be, but if anything, we could have someone stay awake, wake us up in, maybe give us an hour, less than. Wake us all up when the time comes.
Maybe in shifts. Maybe it would work that way. Just only, a few of us sleep and a few stay awake. Like you're saying. That way, if like half of us, I mean, not the crew, but just, who's talking here. If half of us are gone, then the other half have to like get us away. Whatever. I mean, if we can't wake up.
At this point, the 4 members of the Phoenix Academy begin to have an aside. And a couple of them pull out some tomes in their spell books and begin to flip through them. Either which way, the captain declares that nobody on the crew is to return to the island. Basically, period. Obviously, this will not include the 4 of you or whatever's going on with this plan to figure out what's going on, but just the rank and file crew. No one's allowed to go to the island, and they begin to work on essentially a new sort of shift sleeping schedule to ensure that nobody is asleep for too long, just as long as it takes to figure out exactly how far away from the island they need to be out of whatever this thing is, its influence. But as you all said, you were feeling exhausted before. That still is the case now for some of you. And it is evening, approaching on night, so what are you guys gonna do? For rest, or are you refusing to rest? It's up to you. If there's nothing else to discuss. If there's more to discuss, please take it away.
If we decide to go towards the route of someone keeping guard and some of us asleep, we can also take maybe additional precautions. So, what would help get out of sleep? The usual, like cold water or some inflictive pain if absolutely necessary. And as far as remembering dreams, oftentimes you don't really remember your dreams when you wake up, or at least you do for the first couple of seconds. So should we prepare some note-taking paper? I don't know.
After this, after you say that, Era, what's her name? Lanissa, I think? Yeah, Lanissa of the Academy steps forward out of their convening circle. And all very good ideas and suggestions, Era. We believe we may be able to assist as well. We have been listening in on your thoughts, your potential plans, and to address concerns brought up by Elevorn, we may have a way to, even from a distance, outside perhaps of this thing's influence, be able to address and, say, infiltrate your dreams, should it be required. Perhaps to send messages of vital import, and perhaps even to rouse you from sleep.
Well, all of that does sound appealing. Well, what do you guys have in mind, or what have you found?
'Tis a somewhat advanced form of illusory magic, a spell aptly named Dream. One that
Fitting.
few among us are capable of performing. It allows the caster to project themselves into the sleeping mind of their target. Allows them to take on whatever visage persona they wish, occupy their dreams, and normally is used for communication over vast distances, where other such magics may be ineffectual. That has been used for certain other tactics of espionage and influence, but its uses are widespread. For our purposes here, it would simply be a means of bringing you back, should whatever, as Elevorn pointed out, this being's persuasiveness of the world where you'll be venturing, if it grows too much, a way to bring you back to reality. As we can cast this spell, once we determine the range of this influence, we can cast this spell from beyond it. And hopefully be able to access your dreams without also succumbing to its influence.
I know now is not the time, and this is totally unrelated, but do you think that might work? I look at Era, to like reach your sister? I don't know the requirements of the spell. I mean, not right now, obviously, but maybe sometime.
Maybe something to think about for a later time. I am a bit more focused at hand. I think it would be useful. Maybe even to learn for the future. But for now, we're talking about going to sleep, right? Or at least some of us. So which one of us are we looking? Or are we all planning to go in?
I don't think it would be safe for us all to go. Even, but I'm willing to do it.
Zevzal again speaks up. Last time this happened, when we weren't ready for it, I believe we all shared the experience. And after we woke up, it seemed like, pointing towards Nedadian and Nalavorn, the two of you had a feeling that something was strange. Even before we had, even while it was happening, while we were dreaming. While there's certainly a risk involved with all of us going under at the same time, if it is a shared world, a shared experience, we can be there to watch each other's backs as well.
That is true. Yeah. Hmm.
Svenker looks over. Durand, you've been quiet.
I guess I'm just trying to get a gauge on where everyone stands with going into this dream. I think it's I don't know. If I have to sit out for the safety of everyone else, then I'll have to, but I would prefer to go. I definitely don't think it'd be good that all of us go at once.
Well, we will have the academy out here, as they said, and I believe, at minimum, one of us, one that can sense this thing, should absolutely stay in the waking world. And I do believe, as you say, this, if you wish to go, it very well should be you. I will stay and watch over any who choose to sleep. Speaking of, Zevzal says, stifling a yawn, we can't stay awake forever.
Yeah, we can't.
So, is there anything else you guys wish to discuss at this point in time?
It's becoming evening, right? Towards nighttime, nightfall.
Yeah.
I feel it would make sense if I stayed. Not that I really have a good sense of it, but I am kind of used to the evening shift, so I feel like I'm most likely to stay awake at night, even with exhaustion.
Yeah.
If you guys are comfortable with that idea. But if you prefer me there with you, then by all means, I could use the rest.
Plan, the hope is that you guys are currently off the shore. You're on the boat right now, so the hope is that you're out of the influence of the weird dream affecting being presence that took you guys the previous night. So the hope is just to get a normal night's sleep. And if not, then to take the ship out further to sea until you are out of its range, basically.
And currently, we're all feeling tired, including myself.
Yeah, either just a sort of natural, it's that time to sleep kind of, or like lingering leftover from the feeling that the presence on the island, I believe, I don't recall if you had failed the saving throw and had a point of exhaustion, but if you do, then you're definitely feeling
No,
tired.
yeah, no.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking, right, like, what if we just don't have to be on the land and we're like floating? Just like, would that count? I have no clue, right?
You guys are not
We're
on
on
the island right now.
Yeah.
We all are
Well,
floating.
the boat.
Yeah,
Water.
you're on a ship.
The ship.
You could sleep in a hammock if you wanted to, if that's like the feeling of floating you're going for.
Risk it for the biscuit and everybody sleeps.
Well, not everybody, but
Well, I don't really sleep the same way that you do. I mean, I do need to rest, but I mean, I would not be asleep. Hopefully. I mean, if we're out of range, I mean, we could test it that way. If I fall asleep, we know something is wrong.
Or if we see you in the same dream as we are having, then yeah, it's wrong.
I'm curious to see if maybe even in dream sequence you'd be able to take some form of action. For example, you still have that ring, right, Neri? With
Yeah.
putting a spell in it? Maybe prepare something in it just in case, if you don't have something already in it.
No, I don't. Would have to. I don't know if either of you have something, or should I just ask the other ones?
I'm gonna look towards the Phoenix Academy members. Would it be useful for her to possibly have the spell that you guys are talking about in her ring? I don't know if it would serve a purpose, but just an idea.
1 second, let me see if it would even fit in the ring.
I feel like it doesn't fit.
I feel like it might. It would.
Oh, it's a 5th
just.
level.
It
It's
is
a fifth.
5th level. It would just. Well, if your intent was for Neladian to act as a messenger along with us, then certainly. But if it was as you had said, to perhaps test whether or not it would be useful on whatever locale you are when you're dreaming, then perhaps something else. I don't know. If you want to cast a dream within a dream, then you can, I suppose. But
Dream within a dream within a dream.
oh shit!
Is this Inception?
How many layers?
Going all
Like
the
an
way to
onion.
My brain can't handle that kind of mindfuckery at the moment. Please.
So maybe just like a fireball, just to see if you could use it in the dream. And then,
Yeah.
if you want to have the dream spell, you absolutely can, but right now they don't have it prepared, because why would they? So,
Mhm.
Oh, I
Also,
don't-
do you think it would take a long time for me to learn that spell? I wonder what the requirements are.
it would take some time, but we can certainly work on it, depending on your level of aptitude and readiness to learn and absorb new information. Could be a day's work, perhaps.
Then I feel it may be useful if I stay up. As for the spell that can go into the ring, if you want to pick and choose, I don't necessarily have anything in mind, but nothing's wrong with the fireball if you prefer a little bit of explosion to add action into your dreams.
I mean, I can kind of use my doctor for it, but the second one,
Explosions hit different, but okay.
they do. What if I just, what if you just surprise me? Just put something in it and,
Something that you don't know. So what spell are you putting in the ring?
The requirement has to be 5th level or under?
5th or under, yes.
All right, well, let me see what I have prepared.
so you could have like 1 3rd level and then 1 2 level 1 and
Alright, so
etc. 5 1 level 1 spells.
I'd like to put a synaptic static.
Alright, synaptic static.
I'll show it to you.
There you go. So Zevzal is heading to sleep unless there's anything to say to him. Svenkrid is going to go and tend to Chikel, and he'll probably be going to rest as well. Elevorn, you said you were going to attempt a trance?
Well, I could. I mean, if people were not if we all didn't want to rest at the same time. I mean, I would be a good indication of like things are awry before things are terribly awry. I mean, like I would be asleep and that would be wrong. So You know? Maybe my plan is flawed, though.
Okay. So who else is going to bed? After you get the spells in the ring, Nedadion?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you going to sleep once you get the spell in the ring?
Yeah.
Okay. Durand? Era?
I will also go to sleep.
Okay. And Era, you said you were staying up?
Yeah, with 1 point of exhaustion, but I'm gonna still try.
Yeah. Alright. So, for a 5th level non-evocation spell, how long does that take you to learn? I believe it's what? It's 2 hours per spell level? Or 1 hour per spell level?
I want to say it's 1 hour, but let me see.
Copy when you find out what's the first level, how you can add to your spellbook for the spell you can prepare, and if you can spend a size percent. Must practice the spell until you understand. For each level of the spell, it takes 2 hours and 50 gold.
2 shit.
Yeah, it's halved for evocation spells.
Oh, we left that.
So 2
Excellent, so
hours
it is.
and 50 gold. So it would take 10 hours and 250 gold worth of your inks and parchment.
Wait, 2 hours is already halved?
No, 2 hours is the baseline. It's halved for your
so then-
for learning evocation spells for you. So it's 1 hour per level of the spell for evocation. This is not an evocation spell.
Oh, it's not. Okay, I thought you were saying it was. That's why I was just like, no, this is
No.
illusory.
This is
Okay.
illusion.
Okay.
So it's
Wait.
gonna take 10 hours, 250 gold
Okay.
worth of your stuff. I don't know how much you have
Cool.
left, but probably more of that.
Yeah.
Well, you have it's from your parchment and ink stash that you have.
Okay.
If you want to spend it on this, you can.
Sure, why not?
Okay. So you get to working. Go ahead and make just a Constitution saving throw for me.
Mhm.
As you work throughout the night on this, and after a few hours of copying and annotating the spell's equation in your own hand and in your own words, quote, your vision starts to go a bit blurry, and you find the yawns coming with more frequency.
21.
Hmm?
Oh, Constitution, right? 21.
Yes. 21.
Mhm.
All right. But you manage to, every time that you feel yourself dozing, nodding off, you kind of snap yourself out of it. Focus on the task at hand. Focus on those and the reason why you're doing this, and that sharpens your focus back to the pages in front of you and the other members of the academy that are working with you and explaining the sort of nuanced, the nuances of the spell. And you get back to absorbing this information and copying it into your spellbook. For the rest of you that have decided to rest, you all sleep or trance respectively, and wake up. Nadadian and Durand, the two of you did have a dream-filled night. Nedadian, you had one where it was mostly you and the others like you were the previous night, trying to figure out what to do, having discussion after discussion that seemed to never end about potential dangers, potential routes forward. Taran, you had dreams of your clan, your family, an odd mix of the reality and the dream world that you had seen before. As you guys come together and get breakfast and confer, there's always this hard to tell exactly. Well, you guys go and meet up around breakfast. At this point, Era, you, just by being awake this long, have your second point of exhaustion, but you're coming to the tail end of getting this spell into your spell book. You have like your second, third empty cup of your drink of choice, whether it be tea or what have you, as the others find you and you guys have, or they at least have breakfast. So, next day is upon you. What are you guys doing?
Even though it's probably still not very sure if it's true or not, I'm just gonna pinch myself just make sure, because I believe that is one way to figure out if you're awake or not.
Well, you pinch yourself. You feel the pinch. It pinches a little. You definitely
So far,
feel
so
it.
good.
Far so
I
good.
hope.
A quick sort of conversation as you guys are eating reveals that you did not have any shared dream the night before. Any dreams that you guys happened to have were yours and yours alone. As the morning progresses, Era, you copy the dream spell successfully into your book after basically a cram session of just 10 hours straight of focusing on this spell, and you are going to dream of the dream spell when you go to bed and you're ready to pass out. Durand Neredian Elevorn, approached by Svenkrid, who basically asks if you want to try to give another shot at talking with Chikel. Maybe trying to find out something that she knows, anything that could help before you guys do anything risky.
It's a good choice, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
Alright. So,
Well, just before, I wondered if you guys might be okay if I just had a moment with her, just to try again. Before we all go in together, just.
Svengrid kind of shrugs, looks to the rest of you. I have no problems with that.
I don't have any problems with that either.
Sure.
Alright. So, you're brought down to where she is being kept and treated, and as Alavorn, you walk in by yourself. The others waiting in the doorway as you gently close the door behind you. You can see that she is resting. It seems a little bit uneasily. However, she's been washed, cleaned, many of her sort of wounds and sores treated, bandaged, and she looks better. Still gaunt, thin, malnourished, still some sort of diseases, warts and festering wounds around the skin, but definitely better than she had when you had found her. You can see the brow and the eyelids scrunch and unscrunch and furrow and unfurrow, as it seems like she is resting quite fitfully.
Okay, so I'll just kind of clear my throat, you know.
There is a response to it, but the eyes slowly open, unfocused at first. The head turns in your direction. Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, it's
Still here. Still here. I've been trying. I've been trying to find my way back. I can't. I'm stuck.
well. Do you remember when you first got to the island?
That was years ago. But yes. Or was it years? You can see there's confusion, like just loss in the eyes and the expression.
Um, what about like when you were on the boat before you got to the island?
Yes. I I remember.
Okay, well, can you, when everybody comes in, can you tell us about it? Are you willing to talk about everything that happened on the boat and like after the
Why?
boat?
She clears her throat. It sounds dry, and she forces herself to sit up and reaches for a glass of water on the table besides the bed where she is laying. I could, but what does that matter to you?
It matters a lot because it's the only way to help you and the rest of your people. Can I tell you a secret?
You could, but what are you trying to help? We are fine. We're happy. At least they are. You've taken me away from them.
No, here, let me show you. And I'm going to use prestidigitation to just kind of make an image of like Zevzal and Nave getting married. Like in Little Oryx or whatever you call it.
Gian was like, not have expected those two to end up together. Well, that is good for them. They look happy.
The rest, there are more of your clan there too, and they're actually doing well. It isn't, I mean,
And even more, she's
I'm
looking around like she doesn't know where she is right now.
okay. So I'm going to look at her and begin casting gears. And I'm going to command her to tell us everything that happened on the island. She wants to help us figure out what happened on the island, everything that happened like after the boat ride.
What is the save?
Um, wisdom saving throw.
And what's your DC?
$16.
16. Okay. As you cast the spell, look into her eyes and give the command, the order to bend her will to that of one who is willing, happy to help. The sort of eyes darting around of panic and loss become a little bit more focused, and she nods and even gives a little bit of a cracked smile to you. Right, well, please invite them in.
Yeah, I'll go get them.
Alright. So, standing outside is Naradion, Tarand, Svankrid. Are you pushing through, Era, or when you get done with your spell, are you like, fuck it, I'm going to sleep?
It's a good question.
You
10
have 2
hours
points
of
of
staying.
exhaustion right now, just so
Oh
you know.
no, yeah, I'm knocking out. Just knock me out already.
Just put me out. Alright, so you get the spell, you do have the dream spell. Go ahead and, mark off that, if you haven't already, from your stack of parchment and ink pile, the 250 gold necessary. Tarand, Naradion. You enter this small room. You can see a table set up with a pitcher of water, as well as some ointment, salves, bandages that seem to have been recently used. Sitting up, you can see the blue dragonborn from your clan, Chikel. She looks a little bit more at ease than before. She's not actively protesting, though you did hear. You heard words going back and forth from your place in the hall, though you weren't able to make them out. You walk in, and she nods to each of you. I want to tell you about our journey to the island and what has happened to this point.
I'm just gonna nod.
After the attack on our home, she says, looking to Durand, there was a frantic fleeing to the boats to escape. Some escaped, others stayed and fought bravely, valiantly, giving everything to ensure that we were able to cast off and at least some of us survive the day. The ships, they were not stocked, they were not even built for travel across open ocean, but we found ways. It was hard. And we even lost some to their injuries and some to injuries that formed during the time at sea. We continued, battling hunger, thirst, and our wounds from the attack on our home. We kept the boat afloat. We kept pushing forward, traveling in the wake of the dragon that took you away. After some small storms and wear on the boat that could not be repaired at sea, we found ourselves washed ashore here, well, on the island that you found me. It was supposed to be a quick stop, one to repair the ship back to a seaworthy state, to resupply food, water, and then to continue. But as the days turned to weeks, there were some of us that began to think otherwise. Some of us that began to see this place as a new start, potentially, for our family, for our clan. There were those that disagreed, those that wished to continue following, but we had already lost so many, and there was no guarantee of ever finding you or Yildirim. But here, this island was a place that had everything we needed. And so those that wished to stay stayed. Those that wished to leave and pursue did so. And that's when we began to build, to rebuild and build a new life, a new home. And we did. At least, I think we did. The longer I'm away from it, and she grips at her temples and seems like a headache or something has come on as she's struggling to basically, it seems, differentiate here from there, the dream from reality. Don't know what else to say.
When did things become confusing?
It's hard to pinpoint, it's hard to recall. I remember dismantling the ship. I remember the beginnings of rebuilding our home. And I remember continuing to do that. Every step, all of the effort put in by myself and the others to building what you had seen, what the place that you had visited was not always there. We built that. We worked for that, truly. And the place that would sometimes take us away from there. I cannot pinpoint exactly when it was that they became different places.
Was there a little girl?
Oh, since there have been new families being made, since we've gotten here, but a little girl.
Yes. Did you see a little girl? Was, not like you are.
Why would there be one not from our clan with us? There was no... Actually, it sounds familiar. Vaguely. Yes. She would only appear sort of in your peripheral vision. You never really got a good look at her, and only before the nightmare started. Or, guess, before we woke up.
I'm going to turn to. Is Svenkard in here with us or not?
Yes.
Kind of.
It's you,
like-
Sven, Darand, and Naradian.
Does that sound like anything that you've encountered?
A little girl that shows up in one's dreams? I cannot say that I've encountered anything like that, no.
Well, I mean, we saw her too. I mean, at least Naradion and I did.
Can't say that I've heard of such a thing happening, no. I mean, I may need to be more... Is there any more detail you could go into? I'm not sure.
Well, like she said, she saw her not in the dream, but outside of the dream, but couldn't actually see her, only like in her peripheral vision, if I'm understanding.
No. She said
Oh,
that
it was
she
in
only
the
saw
dream.
her in the dream. Before the nightmare started, quote unquote, was before she woke up and got back to the real world. That's what she... Because that's what
Okay.
she referred to the nightmare as before was, the real world, and the dream was her reality for the longest time. So she would only see her just before waking up, basically. Similar to how you guys had.
Did she look happy to you?
I never really got a good look at her. I never got a feeling of happiness. The opposite, I think. It was a sort of despair, looming dread for what was to come. I believe, perhaps subconsciously, I'd associated her with the pains of what I suppose is reality. I never got a good look at her face. But she definitely was not with us when we came here. She was only here. She was here when we got here. I guess she had to be. Don't think anyone's ever brought her up before, though. Kind of slipped my mind any time that, other than when she was there. And again, it was only just for that moment before waking up. Do you know who she is?
Oh, no, I'm trying to figure that out. Because that might be the cause. Whoever or whatever she is might be the reason that you all fell into the collective dream or nightmare. Or I mean, it was nice. I saw everything that you and your people built there. It was beautiful, the dream.
And she closes her eyes, and you can see her kind of fall into thought.
So really, any detail about her would be really helpful. Not just for us to help you, but to help everybody there.
Like I said, I've only ever seen her in the dream, and only just before waking. She never said anything. I never got a good look at her. I don't know what she is, what she might represent. I don't know. I don't know.
Another sort of difficult question.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think you have all survived this dream. So what would happen in your dream to the people who, passed away?
I... No. No one has died since we got here.
Really?
I mean... I... You ask me... I'm still struggling with the fact that the past 6 years of my life have been false. I can't tell you what is actually going on, just what I've lived through. And what I've lived through, nobody has died.
6 years?
About?
Going to look at Durand and kind of like... questioningly, I suppose.
That's impossible. Maybe it felt like 6 years.
Okay, so that's something too. If it alters the perception of time, is there something that does that? That's another thing, right? I don't know.
I'm sure somewhere there are. But it just sounds like a dream to me. I've had dreams that have felt longer than the amount of time I was actually asleep, But if there is a being that can harness that aspect of a dream, that's certainly something to keep note of.
Also, it must be getting something from this dream that's created.
It's getting individuals that do not wish to leave it. Whatever it needs that for, it has. I'm not sure if figuring out the why is important beyond that, but what it is doing is clear. It's trapping people in a dream of their own design, making them essentially hold themselves hostage, not willing to leave its influence. Not sure if it's draining them away, mentally, physically, or if it's some sort of game, or if its plans are not yet complete. I'm not sure. But we certainly know at least what it is doing, if not why. But if, as you say, or hypothesize, that this girl is in some way linked or important, it seems there's only one place to find her. At least, as far as we know.
I saw the girl, right?
You did.
Okay. So, just for giggles, I guess I'm going to use my wonderful, happy, older self and just appear as the little girl for a moment and see if this induces any kind of reaction from anybody.
Okay. You do that to the best of your approximation. Again, some details are fuzzy, hazy. It's almost like looking at someone through kind of like a wax paper like effect, where some of the details of the facial features and physical appearance are fuzzy, as it were.
Yeah, but the disappointed look, or confusion, which one was it? I don't remember.
It was... Yeah, it was more... You got like the general like sort of shape. You can see like the angle of the brows, although you can't make out details of the face. You can see the sort of lines of essentially a look of you're different. You're not one that I recognize. A lack of recognition, basically.
Okay,
The
so
kind of who are you kind of look.
Okay, so I wear that expression on my face after I've done this.
Okay.
So
You do? Obviously, Svenkrid has no idea. But Neredian, Darand, and it would seem Chikel. You recognize having seen this form before, yes. All of you had seen it, whether it be Neredian and Elevorn having a better look, or even you, Darand, remember just kind of corner of your eye for a split second as a flash of lightning hit. You saw this being, this little girl, and for a while, until actually like now, it had actually slipped your mind. It wasn't a detail of the dream that you had remembered until this point, where it's like, oh yeah, how did I forget seeing the little girl right before I woke up? It's weird. So, the form of essentially a little human girl.
Yeah, that's...
Actually, there are slight elvish features. As you think on
Then I just kind of change back because it's kind of weirding me out.
it. Okay.
There has to be something else, right? I look at Durand and Nerdian, and everybody just kind of like, you know.
Probably, but
Yes.
probably just don't have it yet.
I feel something happened. Definitely, there was like, hmm, I think, I mean, when we went there, the weather was different. It was all nice and everything, but before she appeared, I think it started to get cloudy and everything. It's
Oh yeah, that's right, they did.
and I think I mean that's also there was some lightning, wasn't there? And I could only spot her then. Just, you know, the brief moment.
From the top side of the ship, you hear, like muffled through the wood of Nimue, you can hear the distinct cadence of the captain, and his sort of booming voice doesn't seem pleased. Though you can't make out exactly what it is. As you guys are well below decks at this point and pretty far off. Look around, everybody, like just a look of, did you hear that, kinda? And everyone's like, seems to have heard it, but the attention then goes back to Chikel for the time being.
I can go check that out.
Shouldn't you stay with her instead? I mean, you're like one of the only people who know her.
Well, someone should go see what's going on.
Well, I can go.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, I'll go check out what's going on.
Okay. So Nerdian leaves. Drand, Elavon, Svenkrid remain. Is there anything else for Chikel?
Oh, right. It hasn't been that long. So there are new children? I question her.
She agrees. New families have been formed since we began to build a new home. It was only a matter of time. But yes.
Wilborn looks very concerned and looks to Durand like, is there any details about them that you know? Like the children themselves?
They're all, well, there have been 3 since we've arrived. All spaced out by a year or 2. They're all very different. They're all their own little people. 2 boys, 1 girl. Though, you can see there's a look of attempting to recall and then sort of a shortened breath, almost panic, as she realized that there's now information that she's starting to be unable to recall. Can't I remember their names? Can't I remember their names? I've spent so much time with them. Why can't I remember their names? What were their names? Nedadian. You get topside. You can see standing across from the captain, who has looked happier in your experience, are 3 members of the crew. Bick and 2 others. And standing on either side of them, there are 2 other members of the crew who talk to the captain and say, "Aye, Captain. Saw these 3 coming back this morning. It seems like they had headed off to the island last night." Captain, I believe I was very clear when I expressed that no member of the crew was to head to shore without express permission from myself. I do not recall giving the 3 of you permission, so explain your actions. You see your sparring partner, your good buddy Bick Nedadian? Looks a bit sheepish, a child caught doing something they weren't supposed to and is being punished for it right now. I mean, there was really no harm in it. We're back, we're fine, but just wanted to see what it was all about. We all had that weird little thing yesterday, and the dream was quite nice. Thought, why can't we just sleep over there, come back, do our work here today? This really didn't hurt anyone, right? I gave the crew an order. It's not your place to make up your mind about whether or not you are to follow it. I give the orders, you follow them. That's the way that this works. So you get to... I understand, you're the captain, you get to make the rules and control what I do when I'm awake, but you're going to get to control what I do when I'm sleeping now, too. It's like, you're right, I am the captain. I do control what you do when you're awake, I control your sleep, I own your ass, I control your life. It is my responsibility to take those things and to make sure they get back home safely. So if you're going to stand in the way of that, then I could get you home safely in the brig. What? It's like, and he gives the order basically to take the 3 of them down to the brig for until further notice. What's up?
Well, before they get taken, I just want to walk up there. Just openly walk up there. Just because the things are what are going.
Okay. Go up there.
I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't really mean to even eavesdrop, and I am not even eavesdropping, but I'm just gonna look at Big mostly, but also the other ones sometimes too. But I don't think you guys realize how serious this thing is, what is going on the island is. The people who have been the people who are over there, they've been pretty much asleep for like what 6 years or
That's
something.
their perception. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. And I know you guys probably didn't go that far in, but they barely are awake now anymore. They wake up to eat a little bit, to drink a little bit. They're very malnourished. They're basically wasting away, even though they get up to eat and drink sometimes. That's going to happen to you too if you're going to go back into the island and sleep over there. No matter how nice the dreams are, you're just gonna die.
And it's more than the three here. It's, the rest of the crew. Everybody on the crew doesn't know what's going on. So they latch on to what you say, and the captain then looks from you, Naradian, to the other three, and we don't have to worry about these three, and then to the rest of the crew, or anybody else making that mistake. The three here, they will be aided in their efforts to not repeat their mistakes. And he basically has them put into the brig for at minimum the duration that you guys will be hanging out around this island. And once again expresses to the crew that there is to be nobody going to the island without very express permission. Durand, Elevorn, anything with Chikel?
I can't really think of anything else to ask you about. I don't know. I'm sorry that this has happened to you. I said check out.
I can see that there's still that struggle between accepting this as reality and that clinging to wanting that other place, that dream to be her life, because it is, and you can sort of see it so much better. But she nods. Svenkrid. Well, I'll go get you some food, Chica, and we will continue to treat those wounds when I return. And he leaves. She turns to you, Durand, and asks in Draconic to speak with you alone.
I'll turn to Durand and raise an eyebrow, like...
I'll respond to her first and be like, okay, sure. And then I'll kind of try to casually whisper to Elevorn that she wants to talk to me alone.
Oh, I should see what Nerdian's doing. Yeah, so I'll... Yeah, go do that.
Okay. You leave. It's now just Chikel and Durand. And she carries out this conversation with Eudrond in Draconic. You know what we have been through. We have a shared experience in that, at least. Myself and the rest of those on that island come from the same place as you. We left it under similar circumstances and on that same day. You have also seen. So you have seen what we fled. You have experienced and lived that. I've also seen how we have lived since. Will you tell me that it is not better? Will you tell me that this, kind of gesturing to the room, the world, the reality, is better than what we had, and what we and the others still on the island still do have?
For a moment, when I was visiting the island, when I thought everything was as you saw it, I didn't I didn't want to bother you. I thought when I got onto the island and I saw how happy you all seemed that you all had found happiness in your current location, and I respected that. However, unfortunately, waking up the following day and noticing that I never really did visit your island. And then when I did truly visit your island, and I saw the state that you all are in, as much as I would love to feed into the lie that you are happy where you are, it's just not the reality of the matter. And I mean that truly. I really did. I was ready to leave if I knew that you all were just happy. I did not want to trouble you anymore. But that's not the case.
The further, the longer, even though it's been a short time, you tell me that I have not spent as long on that island as I feel like I have. I will tell you, in the time that I have left, it has felt like an eternity since I have been there, so it certainly goes both ways. I am not foolish. I understand, and I believe I can see the difference. Though, that place is very tempting. If you gave me the opportunity, the choice, I would go back. And looking at you, it feels like you seem that is wrong. Why is that wrong? Why is reality, as you say, why is that the right choice? Who are you to make it?
I suppose reality is whatever we make it, but I I don't believe living in a lie is even similar to making reality whatever you make it. This isn't a question of how you perceive this. This is just wrong. This isn't true. If if you're not in this reality, then you aren't really living. Regardless of whatever you believe, your bodies are deteriorating outside of this dream. If you had to have seen that for a moment, the condition of everyone else.
I saw that every time. I've felt like a nightmare. A horrible one to live through, one that was so tangible, so real, so visceral, but it was always fleeting, always passing, temporary. And the stretches of time where I could be free and happy were far longer than those that I spent in that other place. This place with this body and these wounds and this pain. This is better, is what you're telling me. This is right. This doesn't feel right, Durant.
For the moment, of course, it's not gonna feel right. Whatever has afflicted you and the others is something evil. And until that's dealt with, fortunately, this is going to be a constant, but you need to just keep those ideas out of mind. You can't live in this fake world.
She kind of starts to pull herself together a bit after having lost herself for a little bit. That pride that runs deep in your clan gives her a bit of resolve. Whatever's keeping us here, whatever is compelling us to stay, makes a damn good argument. But it is your idea, and I can see it in your eyes, I can hear it in your voice, that you at least believe that you're doing what is best for us.
I would only ever. You guys are my family.
I don't think you're going to be able to do it here. You're not going to be able to find whatever it is, whether it's that child or something else entirely.
Do you mean the only way to find this is within the dream?
It's the only place I've seen her, and thinking, trying to differentiate the time I spent on the island in reality versus the time that I spent within the dream. There are differences. Almost feels like intentional differences.
Kind of differences.
The way sure you've experienced it, walking through the island, through the jungle. It's almost as if there's a path that's easier to travel while within the dream. A path, something guiding you, directing you, where it will allow you to go, places that you wish to go, sure. I've certainly explored a fair bit. But there are paths that just seem too difficult to travel. Ones that are avoided.
I've definitely noticed the places that are easier to travel, although albeit I've only been within the dream once. It did seem exactly as you said, like something was leading us. So there are areas that are harder to access.
Yes, though can't say what lies beyond. I can't. Any time I wanted to go somewhere, whether it was foraging, setting traps, hunting for food, scrounging up materials for building, or heading towards the beach for whatever reason, I found it easy to travel there, or I suppose not really traveling at all. Though everywhere else, every other time, seemed like, essentially, well, why would I struggle against something if I didn't even know what I was going towards? Why I would be struggling against it? Anywhere I wanted to go, it was done so with ease, and everywhere else, it almost felt like a closed door that would be a struggle to break through. So why try to break through to something I didn't want in the first place?
Probably better that you didn't go any further. I'm a bit thankful for that. But it seems we'll have to.
I can't tell you what it might be. You're telling me that it's a being, an entity, something with an agenda, something that has been using us, but that was just our life for so long. I can't help you find whatever it is. I never saw anything like that. I never experienced anything other than life. Though, further, longer I stay away from it, the less vivid, less real it seems. If anything else comes to me, I'll let you know.
Was there anything that you can think of to make it easier to re-enter the dream, or was it just simply sleeping on the island?
That was simply life. The only time I was not there was when I was experiencing what I thought at the time to be a nightmare. What I've come to realize is the true reality. Without fail, anytime I would escape that place, this place, back to the dream, it would be as if little or no time had passed at all. But you just carry on.
I see. Okay. That should help us get rid of this place, and the sooner we can get rid of whatever evil was holding you all down, the sooner you can make that dream a true reality.
She smiles and nods. I think we would all like that. Good luck.
Thank you for everything, really.
She eases herself back down to a laying position, and though you were not in the room to see the fitfulness of her rest, seems to be a little more at ease now as you leave the room. Elavoin, you find your way back up to find Netadion. On the way, you pass a group of 3 crew members who seem to be being led by 2 others, seemingly, not too thrilled about it, past you to some other location. Go back up and you can see Netadion. Members of the crew are all talking, and you can hear the cacophony of chatter coming from the many conversations, and a lot of it is centered around the island, the dreams, and you can hear little tidbits of the conversations concerning things that Netadion had said. You can hear people speculating about, the whole, all of the cautions and warnings that Netadion had spoken up about earlier. And you find Netadion topside, but we'll get to that after a break. See you guys in like 10-15 minutes. Can you take a break on YouTube?
I mean, it's the same program, so
And welcome back. Before the break, you all spent time speaking with a member of your clan, Chikel. She gave you some insight into what it has been like over this past, well, about a year, maybe even less in real life, but 6 years perceived by her. And while it be up to you, it seems like definitely a path forward is to re-enter the dream with obvious precautions set by those of your allies and friends in Svenkrid, allies in the Phoenix Academy who have been brought into the loop of this issue. It is early to mid-afternoon by the time Era awakes and the four of you are reconvene. Era, you do, since you got a good rest, nobody has exhaustion except for Era. You have 1 point instead of 2. So you still have disadvantage on ability checks because every time you get a long rest, you remove 1 point of exhaustion. You were at 2, so you're at 1 now. So, it's the four of you, Zevzal, Svenkrid, for a pretty modest lunch. You're standing topside, just eating whatever you could fit in your hands. Zevzal wipes his mouth. You find anything out from Chikel? What's the plan? What are we doing?
She mentioned she believes there are certain areas within the dream that were harder to get to, she feels. So that might be one, or rather that was my suggestion. I believe we should probably try to enter the dream and find one of these harder to get to areas. I'm sure it'll be relatively easy to find them. Anyways, what's beyond that, she couldn't really tell me.
And I shall keep watch as you enter. And if anything seems strange up here, I will rouse you from your slumber. I obviously will not be able to see what it is you are going through, but I think we should establish a time frame. And then also, if anything strange is to happen, I will wake you as well.
So you're going to team up with the Phoenix Academy?
They have their own way. I believe I will accompany you to the island itself. Someone has to be there with you physically. I think that the academy, they are staying outside of... It feels like we are parked out here outside of whatever thing is on the island's influences. They will be able to do their magic from there, if need be.
Oh, but you can communicate with them, right, if you need to?
Yes. At some point, as you guys continue to discuss minor details of your plan, a member of the academy walks up. The half-orc, the one who had previously assisted the three of you, Era, Elavorn, Neredian, in the crafting of the runes before you guys had even gotten to the island here. Leave his name is Vandar. Afternoon.
Oh, hi, it is you. Thank you again for helping.
Yes, of course, not a problem. It's just come to. Well, we've been discussing the Academy. How we can aid you in this endeavor. And as one who has specialized in the art of enchantment and such magics, I believe I might be able to lend a hand. You see, I have a spell at my disposal in which I could impose a magical sleep onto you for about 10 minutes at a time, or until roused. It would at the very minimum ensure that you all arrive in that other place inside that dream at the same time.
That'd be a good thing. Yeah, very good.
I didn't even think of that. You're like. That would be bad, right?
Sven speaks up. Especially if. It seems like it could be if. And Chikel, her perception of time seems well off, so. I must admit I did not think of that either. Just wanted to bring that up, so if that is of any use to you, please just find me before you head off and I will happily accompany you. And he gives a nod to each of you and heads away.
Now?
Oh, now, you say? Alright, well,
is
at the
it
very
not-
minimum, I should inform Lanissa and the others that they should be ready and on standby just in case. So I will rejoin you shortly. Sevzal perching himself up along the railing of the ship, kind of cracks his knuckles and starting to get himself like sort of like hyped. He's like, all right, I'm ready for this. At least now we know what we're getting ourselves into. Don't have to. I mean, maybe we will know, right?
Well, that's the problem that I said. You know, like, we might not.
Well, there's nothing else. Vandar returns, having informed the rest of the members of the Phoenix Academy that you all are about to head to the island, head to bed. So basically to be on standby, waiting for word from either Vandar himself or Svenkrid concerning their use of the dream spell to infiltrate your dreams, or one of you. And you all either taking boats from like small craft from the ship itself, or using your own personal folding boat, your choice. Begin to head and row to shore. The clear blue skies, white sandy beaches, and vibrant green fauna of the island is deceptively inviting, as you know. But after 15-20 minutes, you pull the boats onto the sand and have arrived on shore. That slight feeling of warm comfort starts to envelop you. What are you guys doing?
Svenkrit here?
Yep, it's the four of you, Zevzal, Svenkrid, and Vandar, the enchanter from the Phoenix Academy.
So, I was thinking while we were rowing here that maybe we're asleep just off the shore in the boats. What does anybody else think?
That. Zevzal reaches over and pinches Neridion.
Ow.
Indeed, Al.
Yeah, but wouldn't that hurt in a dream too?
Well, we don't really know, do we? I mean, at the moment, it's, for me at least, it's the only way to know that we're awake, unless we are actually sleeping and we can feel in the sleep, and that's fucked up, but still.
Well,
What if we've been
Svenkrid.
asleep this whole time?
I don't believe we are, Svenkrid says. We could be, but it doesn't seem to line up with at least what Chikel had described. I'm not sure about you, Durand, as, you were one of the ones rowing, Durand. But I remember just about every moment of our journey to shore and could still feel it in my arms. The way that Chikel described travel didn't seem to fit that.
Yeah, true.
Alvorn just gives Svenkrit a thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. I mean, I'm sorry about your arms, but...
Oh, it's a very good question, but if that were the case, I'm not even sure if there's anything that we could do about it. Maybe.
But speaking about the travel and stuff like that, but I'm not opposed on sleeping on this boat.
Well, right now you guys are on the beach. You have made it to shore.
Okay.
Yeah. Elevon is worried that when you got close enough to the island, you fell asleep and are now in the dream, basically.
I didn't get a chance to
By the
say
way.
anything before it. So.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really expect anyone to... I didn't give the chance to speak while on the ship coming here. Anyways. Could everyone please make a wisdom check for me? And that would be disadvantage for you, Era.
Mm, 13.
Okay.
What did we say? Wisdom?
Check. Yep. So just D20 plus your wisdom modifier.
Oh.
Check.
Oh, nice. Okay. When 20. Unnatural.
Okay. What was yours, Durand?
15.
Okay. Elevon?
That was a natural one.
All right. So, to the best of each of your individual abilities, this certainly feels like you're awake. You didn't seem to have lost any time. You backtrack your thoughts from the moment you left the ship to the moment you got here. Everything seems to line up. Elevon is a little panicky. You're not 100% sure, Elevon. You are the one to bring it up, so maybe you've been asleep this whole time and have never woken up. Who knows?
Exactly. And nobody's like, oh, worried about this. No, everything's fine. Totally fine. This is good. We're great. This is perfect.
If you still feel antsy, when you can try asking me something maybe only I would know, or something only both of us. No, probably something only I would know. I think that would be the trick.
Oh. I have a secret. And then I'm just like looking at him expectantly to see if he acknowledges that he knows what my secret is.
Me? You? We do?
Another word nods her head.
It's like, okay, that's enough. The one's good now. No mysterious being could ever replicate Dadan's awkwardness.
Right?
This is reality.
Oh my god.
He would be appalled that I brought that up, because it's a secret and I'm keeping it. Right? So, he'd be nervous and so it was a good test.
There you go. Zevzal says, "For all good and confident that we're awake, who's ready for bed?"
Oh, jeez. Yeah, as ready as I'll ever be.
Vandar, the half-orc enchanter, well, get comfortable, everyone. Zev's all laying down like, we really probably should have brought a pillow or two. As he lays down in the sand.
I mean,
So,
you could try to make a pillow out of the sand.
yeah, guess. He kind of cuddles up next to the keel of one of the boats you dragged ashore to get, some semblance of shade.
Oh, no, never mind.
All right. So, everyone is ready to go to bed?
I have 1 point of exhaustion, so yeah, sure.
Alavorn, Dadant?
Yeah.
Neri? Alright.
Gonna check all my gear and make sure my backpack is on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I want it to come with me. I mean, if that is how it... I don't know how this works.
Nedadian? Good to go?
Yeah.
Alright. So, as you all get comfortable either on the beach or in the boats, Vandar reaches down and picks up a pinch of sand off the beach and begins to weave a spell as the sand begins to meander and float its way around the four of you. You feel your eyelids getting heavy, and you find yourselves drifting off to sleep as he casts Catnap at 4th level. It feels like you have blinked or your eyes have closed and you open them up. You are where you had laid, on the beach, and you all come to, you wake up, you stretch. It's the four of you and Zevzal. There is no Svenkrid. There is no Vandar. Zevzal, kind of scratches his head and gets up and... Huh. You think they made their way back to the boat?
Ah. Who made their way back to the boat? What do you mean?
I mean... Sven and that academy mage. They were just here.
Is it out of character, is it difficult to tell? Like, one moment we were asleep, next moment they're not here?
Like, everyone to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
You know, a lot of this is going to be more an exercise in role playing probably than actual, because obviously you guys know as players when you're asleep. Kinda, sometimes, maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, was it like so easy that like it's like, come on, Zozo, stick to the plan, or did we just forget?
That's an interesting point. Like we forgot that we were going to sleep? Is what you're referring to?
Like not that you forgot whether you were going to sleep, but this is, a dream, and you don't necessarily always have that awareness while you're sleeping. It's the same here, right?
Well, for my part.
10.
Alright. Durant, Elavor, Neredian.
12.
11.
Oh dear.
So I rolled the same dice, thinking that, hey, it already rolled a 1, so... No, it's a 13. Total.
13?
No.
But it's still really low.
Yeah, indeed it is. For a while, the five of you talk and contemplate, like, where did they go? You had the plan, you came to shore to, enter the dream, but now Sven and Vandar, the ones that were supposed to be helping you to do this, they're gone. And it takes you a while. None of you get it instantly, but slowly it does come to you after what feels like maybe 30, 45 minutes of just circular conversation about this, that you've already done that you're here. And the fact that it took you guys so long, or at least seemingly so long, it kind of puts you off and sort of makes you more on guard, as you have just each personally felt how easy it is to be absorbed and manipulated by this dream. Right, Zevzal says. So what are we supposed to be looking for, exactly?
We have to keep our head in it, because we're going to be going to places that are going to be difficult to go to. It's not a lot to work off of, but if it's anything like what we've spent the past many minutes doing, we can get sidetracked.
we should go to the village, right? Because that's where Chica spent most of her time. You know, maybe from there we could find.
I think going to the village might be possibly leading us astray. We're opening ourselves to being led astray. Easier. Maybe.
If we have something to focus on, if we go to the village, and it might be worth it. Mainly because that is a concern that we will stay in a sense. On that note, I'm gonna pinch myself.
Okay.
Do I feel it?
It feels like you feel it.
It feels like I feel it.
You know what pinching yourself should feel like, and
Oh,
that is the sensation that you get.
So, could I try pinching you, Elvord, with permission?
I'm just gonna put my arm out. I'm gonna say I'm not going to look. I won't know if
Pinch.
you do or not. And I'm not looking. I have my
Pinch.
eyes closed. Do I feel it?
So she's just like, no, pinch me.
Yeah.
You feel it?
Oh.
I'll open my my book, and I'll look at
Okay.
my spells. What do I see?
You see pages, and you can read them as far as you know what's there. It's supposed to be, so you understand what it is, but the words themselves, it's strange. You can't make out the individual letters, the individual symbols, but you understand and interpret their meaning because you know what they're supposed to be. So, in your head, as far as you are concerned, you can read it just fine.
I'm going to hold up my book towards them. I know you guys can't really read arcane. I just want to see if you guys can maybe find this tangible. And then I will. Looking around me, is there like any items like seashells or like twigs, branches, anything I can see on the phone?
As you look around for it, yeah, all of those things.
Maybe we can make an indicator or something that we do that's specific to this world that isn't going to be in the real world in order to distinguish it. But I'm just trying to think of ways so that we can continue to, I guess, not lose sight of whether we're here or not.
I believe from what she mentioned, it's going to be very obvious when we are not here. And we know that we are here.
Well, it was easier for her to tell because she was starving and in a bad way physically when she was away.
But we have Sven,
And they wouldn't abandon us or leave us on the shore, so I guess there's that. You're right.
What if they fall asleep?
Then we'll see them.
Yeah,
Maybe. But if they have their own dream? Who says that this whatever is affecting can show different dreams to different people? Even though it has been showing us the same, we are all in the same one. But still.
Yeah, very well could, but there's no telling what this thing even is, what it's capable of. We could sit around all day and debate potential, possible abilities that it has, but it's not going to get us any closer to finding it.
When we were first here, I think we didn't go straight to the village, did we? We were supposed to go somewhere else before Elevon asked the birds, and then we followed the birds, but there was something else over there.
Well, I think our primary point was to go to the village anyways, so we were looking for it.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
but still, it was something. I feel like, at the same time, I feel like the birds were trying to lead us away from whatever the other place was.
It was where they landed originally. Can you take us there, Zepsol? Do you have any idea? I mean, I scried on it, and it was, well, it was abandoned.
He looks around and it's different than I remember, but I mean, we could look, definitely.
Okay.
As they're talking, sorry, just wanted to rip like a part of my cape,
Okay.
and that's it. I'm just
Gotcha.
listening.
Part of your cape is ripped. So, following Zevzal, as he walks with his walking stick, looks around, you guys find yourself traveling without traveling. The next moment you have of sort of lucid conscious thought is standing at a tree line, some ways away from where you had woken up. You can still see it in the very distance, the two boats like specks on the horizon on the shoreline. You've begun to make your way around the perimeter of the island, but you can see where some trees at the very edge of the shoreline still have a little bit of a bend to them, a little bit of a lean, and Zevzol explains that they had used these to sort of anchor and secure their ships as they pulled them aground. And after detaching from them, the trees never really made their way back to their previous alignment.
That is. Wow. I see. And thank you, Neri, for remembering, because I didn't until you said something.
But
Yeah.
what exactly are we looking for?
I think it should be obvious the closer we get to it, because it.
A building or some kind of structure that, like Elevon said, was abandoned.
It's a light breeze, almost like a whisper on the wind, sort of echoing Zevzal's question, but a very different, distinct, unique voice. Yes, what are you looking for? And nothing.
We all heard that.
I did.
Just gotta try to look around if I can spot anybody.
No.
Well, of course, if that's my perception, I can see shit. is getting creepier and creepier.
So, what now? You said it should be obvious which way to go, Durand. Well, which way do we go?
Progressively easier. I mean, I can't say exactly. It's just if it felt something feels unnatural, we should probably go towards it.
Like this. And Elvorn's going to put her arm through Durand. So it's like, you know, the Wizard of Oz where they're going with lions and tigers and bears. So am I. She wants to do that with Durand and Neridion, and hopefully everybody else joins in because she only has 2 arms. She could turn into a
You want to
spider
just link
type,
arms
but
and
yeah. Yes.
okay.
I'll take Elevorn's hand. And
All right. So who's
whoever-
leading, though?
The problem with the dream, if we aren't hanging on to each other, maybe we'll lose each other.
Who is leading?
The high will, I guess.
All right. Durand, I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw. As linking hands with your friends, Zevzal, Nedadian, Elevorn, Hera, you push into the jungle. At first, just like before when you had been traveling to the village, it's almost like a pathway opens for you. The billowy leaves and vines of the fauna on the island just simply caressing you as you pass by. Almost an enjoyable, stress-free experience. But let's see what you roll.
15.
15. It is a mildly frustrating experience for you as you find yourself leading your friends through these pathways before you remember it shouldn't be easy. I don't want it to be easy, and forcing off of this pathway, almost imperceptible to you, are these other possible routes to journey through. Ones that are difficult, that your legs feel more leaden, heavy as you step through, and almost the jungle this dream itself does not want you to progress towards, and it is exhausting. Exhausting to the point that when at times you do break through and break free into a stretch of path that is an easier road to travel, you are relieved, and you continue to travel that path until again you find yourself and catch yourself and find these peripheral pathways that are less enjoyable to travel. And this process does repeat itself a number of times until you push yourself through. And again, there's a voice. There's plenty of room for each and every one of you here. You could be so very happy. But if you do not wish to be here, I don't want you to stay. You can absolutely leave. So if you want to leave, turn back. Because if you keep coming forward, you may just find yourself wishing to stay. And Durand, as you push yourself through vines, leaves, and kind of looking back to the next person in the chain whose hand you are holding to see if they had heard what you just heard. You look back and slightly up to the approving face of Augerthune, your father. Elevorn, you come through still gripping the hands of your friends. Era, you push through as you are currently being led by Willoa and holding Rotskern and Naval in tow. Nedadian, you come through, and after hearing the voice, instead of seeing the others that you're sharing the dream with, that you had been following, smiling back at you is Isaiah, with your mother and Braun latched behind you. Elevorn. What are you doing?
I'm just going to ask everybody if they heard what I heard. If I heard it. Did I hear it?
You did hear it, yes.
Yeah, okay.
They nod and yeah, and they all seem to have heard it. Duran from the front of the group looks back at you and asks the others, and well, what do you think that we should do?
We should stay, right?
Durand nods and smiles at you in agreement and agrees and declares that you should not be deterred. You guys should not be afraid of this thing, and whatever it is, you'll get through it together.
Right, okay.
And you continue on. I again would like everybody to please make a wisdom saving throw at this point.
Nine.
Okay.
That's a 1.
Okay.
That's a natural 20.
Okay.
Wisdom save?
Wisdom save, yes. Total of what, Eleborn?
28.
Okay.
Whoops, I did not hear the last one correctly. Alright, well, never mind. We keep playing as it is. That number would have been much higher. How is 25?
Whew. All right. Durand. You're instantly taken aback to see your father alive, looking well in the flesh, a smile of approval looking down at him, but your guard doesn't drop for a second. This is wrong, especially because, first and foremost, none of your friends are around. And that is more striking to you than the sudden appearance even of your father. What seems to be troubling you, son?
shouldn't be paying attention to this. I know very well what's happened.
Not sure what you're talking about. Now, what are you doing so far out here? Should come back home. I know you like testing yourself, but there's still some daylight. We could spa for a bit before dinner.
You have no idea how much I would. I can't. This can't be. I know it's. It's just be. Shutting my eyes. Trying to get myself back.
Okay. You open your eyes, and even while your eyes are closed and you're fighting against this, and as much as fighting against it and fighting against the part of you that doesn't want to let it go, you can feel that thing, that presence, that memory, something of your father fading away. And when you kind of hesitantly open your eyes, even the slightest part of you that wants him to still be there, you successfully have fought against this, but you still find yourself now alone. The surroundings seem to have gotten darker. The weather having slightly changed. Previously blue skies that you could see bits of through the canopy, clouded. You call out for the others, for your friends. Your voice doesn't carry far. Not able to project, amplify your voice as much as you feel like you should be. Do you press forward or do you go back?
I try to stick on with my thoughts that this should not get easier, this should get harder. I think I should press on. It's harder
Alright.
without my friends.
Potentially leaving them behind. You press forward alone. Elevorn. Following in the footsteps of Drand and your other friends, you realize that you've been traveling a relatively easy path for some time now. You had pushed through that one difficult bit, and you're now in a place where it almost seems like it's intentional, leading somewhere. There is ample space to spread out, stretch out. The trees themselves seem to almost be curving like an archway around this area, the sunlight glowing through. It is comfortable, it is pretty. Different colors and shapes of flowers and plant life line where you're walking, and kind of even almost a little bit distracting you away from where you might be going is just the beautiful surroundings. But something doesn't feel right. And you remember readily, it's not supposed to be like this. It's not supposed to be nice. It's not supposed to be easy. That's not why you're here. But unfortunately, it does not seem like Durand is in that mindset at the moment as he continues on.
Just gonna like yank on his arm because I stop, you know?
He And the stops and turns back to you. What's wrong, Elevon?
It's beautiful here.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Is there a problem?
It's not supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be difficult, like it was.
I mean, it was. And we got through it. Why don't we just see where this leads? And we could figure out our next move after that. Not going to lie, I'm a little bit struggling all the time. It weighs on me. Just take a little break, at least for a little while. Let's just enjoy this.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And he kind of gives your hand a little squeeze and turns to continue. Era. You're not sure how you get there, but you're in a small clearing, sitting on some felled trees and logs, laughing at a story that you can't remember being told with Willowa, Rokskern, and Naval. You're not sure how you got here, you're not sure why, it doesn't really matter. You've been here for at least a couple hours, sharing stories and just enjoying each other's company. Then you remember you're supposed to be with the others as you just catch a glance at the tear in your cloak. It kind of jars something in you and something doesn't feel quite right. Namely, why are they on the island? Where are the others? Things are starting to not make sense, as nice as this current moment is.
Do I recall what they were actually saying or what story they were telling?
Not really. You don't really remember them telling the story, but you do remember memories of some of the times that you, Rokskern, and Naval spent in Selene. In your home tower, basically. Just some of the things that you would get into in that, and some of the tests that you would go through, the illusory simulations that would be run on the three of you as a team, and how silly it seems now to have been stressed so much about them.
It's been a few hours, or at least that's what I've been experiencing. So is it any brighter, darker outside? I know where we're
looking up at the sky immediately. No, it's just as clear, blue, and beautiful as it was when you had first arrived on the island.
Do I remember, or do I remember?
Everything seems fine until you get a glimpse of that tear in your cloak, and the situation stops making as much sense. Why are they here? How did they get here? Where are your friends? And those questions start to come to the forefront of your mind. Whereas before, you just accepted them being here as, yeah, this is perfectly fine. Let's go catch up, right?
Would I be able to excuse myself for a moment?
Naval, where are you going? You wanna? I mean, I could come along with you if you've gotta, take care of some business.
Oh yeah. This isn't something you I have to pee and do my business, but I do have a funny story to tell once I come back.
Well, we'll be here.
I really have to pee, so I'll be right back. Don't move. And don't eat my food.
Well, then you better hurry back. And as you get up and begin to walk away, looking back, they continue on, laughing amongst each other. And it's not easy to leave it, to walk away, and at some point you don't. But where are you going, Era?
I am gonna take a step outside, and then kind of go to like a nearby bush, pretending I'm gonna do my business.
Sure.
Using the bracelet, I ask where everyone is. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
You hear a response. Yeah, we're right over here. And you look back and you can see Rokeskiern wearing one of the bracelets and looking at you like, what is going on?
Fireball?
On who?
Just
Out into the distance?
yeah, too far from where I am, but yeah.
Okay. You cast Fireball. With all of the expected results, loud bang explosion, the area around some of the plants begin to catch. You can feel the heat and the force of the explosion come back as it explodes. What are you doing, Era? Or what is going through your mind? Obviously, something doesn't feel right. You're trying to...
The area that I fireball, is it incinerated? Like normal?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna look back at Rokeskiern and just be like, no, you try. You know, we do this for fun.
He looks at you kind of skeptically. And I'm not
Are
sure.
you afraid I'm gonna beat you? Are you gonna throw a fireball or not?
At
Come on,
this
we do this
point,
all the time.
I mean, I could, but you know, this is... Hey, Vayne, this is your specialty. There's no way I could compare. But you insist. And he casts a fireball, similar, but to less extent. What is this about, Era? A hand on your shoulder from the opposite side as Willower has appeared at your side and looking down at you curiously. Yes, you're behaving quite strangely. What's on your mind? You should come back before your food gets too cold now.
It's kind of just weird because we're all in. Now I still had to pee, but Rogueskern kind of surprised me, so I threw a fireball to kind of challenge him, as I always do. It's a fun thing between us. But if you guys go back inside, I'll be back in a moment. I really still need to go to the bathroom. I know it sounds weird, but I always like to test the limit of my skills, make sure I'm still top dog, of course.
All right. You can see there's a look of sort of disbelief, but they head back in. You are left alone. What are you doing?
I am.
At this point, I would say you're starting to come to the, again, awareness that you are in a dream. And so now the what to do next is sitting in.
I'm contemplating whether I should try to leave and see what would follow up or happen. Would they find me easily? Would it be them? Or is it just better to stay and observe? Something's obviously not right. I mean, I'm sure I noticed it more so on the bracelet, but I am going to I'm going to stay for no, I'm going to leave. I'm going to dip. I'm going to try to dip. I'm going to polymorph and I'm going to dip. Turn me into a bird. Thank you.
All right. Polymorph into a bird, you fly off and get that feeling of flying. You don't know exactly where you're going, what you're doing, but you just fly away. Time passes and doesn't as you continue to fly above the tree line. Eventually, the polymorph spell is about to come to an end. You spend the entire duration of it in the air, just flying away. You come back down through the tree line to find yourself in the same small clearing you had left an hour ago. Except now, it's a very different feeling here. As there's still Willoa, Naval, Rogueskern, but there is sort of disgusted, disappointed looks on each of their faces. Neridian.
Yes.
You. What, do you remember your roll? I don't feel like it was that high.
It was 1.
Yeah, that's not that high. You are currently coming out of a long hug and embrace from Isaiah, standing back before you had even entered the jungle of this island on the beach with Isaiah, Braun, and your mother. After letting go and releasing from the hug, Isaiah looks down at you and it's good to see you're doing well, darling. We were worried about you, but as always, seems our worry was misplaced.
Well, it's nice to see every one of you, of course, and like you said, I'll survive somehow always.
It wasn't hard finding you, it took a couple of spells and then a couple more attempts at even getting us to the right place, but in the end, here we are. I mean, this This is a far cry from Amberville, is it not?
Braun speaks up. Even farther one from the undercity of Brushburn, let me tell you.
Yeah, I suppose it is, but I mean, I was gonna come back to Abbeville anyways, and of course to Brushburn too eventually, but so what did you guys come over here? Did something happen back at home?
Oh, no, everything is fine back home. We just, well, of course, we all missed you, and found the opportunity, perhaps, to come and see you. So why wouldn't we be here? I guess all that's left is, well, what do we do now? It seems like a bit of a waste to not utilize this time together, this weather, this locale. For at least some time we could catch up and just enjoy each other's company.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
And you do that. You're not sure how long you spend on the beach catching up with your mother, who looks in good health. The scar that had been in her eye even seems to have healed up, and her eyes return to have are now what exactly you remember looking into as a child. You spent some time in and around the water with Isaiah, Braun, you and Isaiah spending time doing some, parkour shit in the trees just because you can climb, and just having a fun day. And it's during that time that little thing with your mom's eye just seems a bit odd. Seems a bit strange. Like, sure, could have healed, maybe, but it just kind of nags at you a little bit. It's the only thing that, doesn't make sense in your mind. What are you doing?
Yeah, just like sometimes just kind of like stare at my mom at the eye, kind of like, because it's weird.
Yeah. And she catches you after like the third or fourth time and sits up and looks across the sand to you. What's that face all about? What seems to be the problem, dear?
Your eye, it's just weird. It's
Weird how did I mess up my makeup?
no, not your makeup. It's, don't you remember you had the the snake eyes, and well, on the other side only, and people were trying to heal it, but
It was... You saved me from that. Remember, it was a long time ago. Another life, isn't this... I would think that you would be happy about it. This is better, isn't it?
I of course I'm happy. It's just still kind of like feels like it feels like you were still supposed to have it, I guess. I guess I get used to you know, having that eye instead of, you know, your normal eye skin, but of course I'm happy it's normal. It's just weird still.
Her expression soured a bit, but like almost like not understanding your sentiment. But it passes and you continue. Although with everything it just bothers you, and as you experience the next day, the following day even comes, it still bothers you, and it starts to really bother you to the point where you stop enjoying the time that you spend with Braun. You stop enjoying the time that you're spending with Isaiah and even your mother, as the only thing that sticks out is that it doesn't seem right. Now, Durand, you push forward. Every time that you find a place that has some give and seems like you're able to push through, you look for a place that is harder, that is more resistant, and you push through that instead. You end up coming to a section of the forest, your body covered in scratches, scrapes, sweat beating and pouring from your brow as you have exerted yourself. There's a voice. The same voice that you had heard before. Why push yourself so hard for something you don't even want? If it's pain that you're after, I could certainly assist you in accommodating that, but what are you doing here? And in front of you, not quite a mist, but something similar to it. But instead of shrouding, it's almost like it unveils as you are now looking into a emerald green eye that's sort of not quite floating in front of you, but almost like a veil or curtain has been partially pulled back to expose this eye that is looking at you with curiosity.
Well, I don't believe I owe you any answers.
Of course not. Of course not. But it would be so much easier if you just told me. I could help you find what it is you want. Come, what is it? Clearly, it wasn't family, as a sort of ghostly apparition of the father that you had just seen before appears before you before disappearing with the wind. Is it your friends? I could bring you back to them. I could bring them to you. Oh, is it something else? Something else. And as he says this, there's the feeling of losing this sort of grip on reality for just a split second. and for a second you are back on the boat, heading to Draconia again after successfully figuring out whatever it was that had been plaguing this island, saving your family, and moving on to the next thing. And it feels good. You feel proud of what you have done, and knowing that you had left the rest of your clan behind in safety. And that moment even passes, and you're back in the jungle here. That could be your reality as well. Like I said, I can help you get whatever you want.
I don't really think you can.
The eye begins to change from this emerald green to it lightens past yellow to orange as it glares at you, and the voice changes from curiously amused to a bit more irritated. The eye vanishes, but the voice does not, as the terrain around you seems to shift, both around you and beneath your feet, sort of clearing out an area more open, less claustrophobic. You see, I do not think you understand the exact situation that you're in. You have willingly come into my world. It could be a very enjoyable experience for you, as it is for many others. And as this is talking, it seems like a structure is almost being built around you. It's like you're standing inside a multi-faced shape. You're like on the inside of like a D100 or something like that. And on each face of this geometric structure, you can see differing scenes playing out. Similar to what you had experienced the first night that you had dreamt. You can see in the distance members of your clan going through their lives in the dream that they have created for themselves. You can see even what looks like maybe up there somewhere, you can see Nedadian enjoying herself on the beach with Isaiah, her mother, and Braun. You see yourself holding hands, guiding Elavorn through very colorful, very flowery walkway. You see Era. You see Zevzal, who is standing, supporting himself on both legs with Neve in his arms. A bit wounded from battles, but having returned victorious from Draconia and finally back home. You see, you walked into this place willingly. You may be able to find your way back out, but while you are here, I make the rules. I control the game. You want to keep going against me? This is a battle you cannot win. The deck is quite literally stacked against you. Now, while you might be stubborn, and while you might be able to resist to some extent. Let me show you just what I can do. And there's a sort of smug feeling to this persona, but you get the feeling that it has left you alone. What are you doing, Durant? So while you can see basically all of these other screens, all of these other images and scenes playing out, you cannot find a way to interact with them. Elevorn. What's up? Sorry.
I was going to say, I mean, if this is a dream, it's my dream too. Can't I just think I'm somewhere else?
What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go?
Question. I suppose I'll try to figure that out once I'm out of here.
So you're walking through, you're still in the forest. You just have, basically it's like looking through like panes of glass, and it's all around you, almost as if whatever being had been talking to you allows you to glimpse the dream, glimpse the world the way that it sees it. So while you are able to navigate, go where you wish and walk how you wish on your level, you still can see everything going on in these other places.
Can I? Is it like a TV screen? Can I try to break it? What if I find like the nicest looking ones?
They're not
like, damn, that looks like a really good reality right there. Let me just fuck it.
So you're just trying. So that let me try to. So you just want to? Do you just want to break it? Just break things?
I'm imagining a room like with a bunch of screens on it, all showing me like a billion different realities, and none of them are real. So I want none of them.
All right. So let me try to think of how to project what nonsense in my mind is going on here. So, I guess picture a D20, right?
Yeah.
Picture that you are standing inside of a D20, like on the base of one, right?
Okay.
That you're inside of it. But that face that you're on, that one face of the D20, is essentially this whole island. And each other face that you're looking at from within that D20 is basically a replica, another version of this island where you can sort of zoom in on and see these different scenes like Eras and Elevorns, Netadions, Zebzols. So they're out of reach, but should you will it, or should you can focus on one of the other ones, but you are like, you have the whole island here. You're not like locked in a room or anything.
Oh, I have the okay. Oh, I'll figure something out.
Okay. that's going on. Elevhorn, you are following Durand. And again, it's nice. He's holding your hand, occasionally giving it just the slightest hint of a squeeze or rub with his thumb just to let you know that he's still there. And you find yourself calm, relaxed, but you know that you shouldn't be. As much as it's nice.
Yeah.
So, all the while that this is going on, Duran, you, unbeknownst to Elevhorn, Duran, you are witnessing this as well. You're witnessing all of this.
Oh.
But, Elevhorn, you hear the same voice you heard before. Just keep going. You'll get to where you want to be.
Don't even know where I want to be. And you can't know that. He doesn't know where he's going. It's not even him. And I yank my hand away. It's nice as it is.
Duran, ahead of you, stops, looks back, slightly confused, slightly hurt.
Don't look at me that way. Don't have him look at me that way. Stop it. I'm gonna run into the woods.
Okay. You run away into the woods, away from this beautifully laid path. And when you stop, you run yourself ragged. It is dark. It is dismal. You are effectively lost, and you are alone. The voice returns to you and says, You and him are a bit alike, I see. Wouldn't have expected it from you. For him, I can sense that extra protection. But for you, that's something else quite surprising. Like I told you, like I told him, you are welcome here. But if you don't want to be here, leave before you do.
I was alone before. It's okay to be alone sometimes. I just have to find them, and I will find them.
You and your friends do not know who it is you've encountered this time. I can
Well,
see,
who is it?
I can sense the arrogance.
Tell me. I want to know.
Demanding from me, you are.
I'm not demanding. I'm like, you're saying I don't know, so please teach me.
That's not the point. That's not the game. You made me show myself, at least to some extent. That's not the point of this place. That's not the point of this entire exercise. But I can see that you're not just gonna take the dream. I hand you something beautiful, something nice, something that you enjoy, something that you can create and make into something that will make you happy, and you reject it. I'll never understand those like you. But, well, I could certainly make your dreams come true if that's not enough to persuade you, if that's not enough to sway you. Then perhaps I can dissuade you as well. Because if you do not want to be here, we do not want you here. And I can make your time here very, very uncomfortable.
Will the others not agree with it though?
There's no response. In fact, this presence seems to have left you.
Okay, so looking around, where's the darkest area? Where's the scariest place?
The scariest looking place?
Yep.
Looking around, you kind of look past it a few times, but then it appears to you, and it is chilling. It is a darkness beyond the trees that you're currently in that you cannot fully see into. It's almost like where you are, it's currently day, but it looks like just beyond this place, it is the pitch of night. And gives you a little bit of a sinking feeling in your stomach, but that is certainly the scariest looking place.
Don't see any plague doctors, right? So it can't be that bad.
You head there?
Yeah.
Alright, so Durand, watching the entire time, you head there. As Elevorn, you pass through from the day into the night. You can see that there is full cloud cover, not a bit of moonlight able to peek through. But with your dark vision, you can just make out shapes, and you can make out that you are standing in a graveyard. A graveyard that, as you pass through, you look and spans all around you. There are some graves that look to have been here for a long time. There are some that seem relatively fresh, and there is one that seems to have been just dug with its inhabitant, with no inhabitant at the moment. Just a neat rectangular hole in the ground awaiting its occupant.
Can I read any of the stones?
You approach and you can. Are you looking at an older one or a fresher one?
An older one?
Looking at an older one, you make out a name that doesn't mean anything to you as far as you know. But it appears elvish. The name Taliel. Again, doesn't mean anything to you.
Can I keep looking at the graves to see if there is one that has significance?
Sure. You keep looking. Are you like avoiding the fresh one and the newer looking ones, or are you just going all old?
No, I'll look at the fresher ones.
Okay. Looking at one of the fresher ones. Arabelle.
Hi.
Moving down the line to the next one. Neredian. Continuing. Mordan. Zala. Basque. Names of friends and allies you've made over your time here, till you get to the one yet filled. There's a name that you haven't seen yet. Gravestone that you don't want to look at, but familiar voice from behind you. We had quite a good run, didn't we? I just wasn't able to keep up with you. You turn back and you can see an old, wrinkled, decrepit Durand. Who goes and makes his way into the grave, and before you can stop him, it is covered. You run up and you put yourself in front of there, looking at the tombstone, reading the name Duran, seeing in the reflection of the smooth stone an unaged face, your face, as you stand and look around at this unending graveyard of names that you have forgotten, names that you know, and even names that you have yet to learn, all of whom you will outlive. And there's no end to this cemetery. Era. You come back to Willowa and your Phoenix Academy mates, who look at you with a bit of disdain and disgust. You just tried to fly away from them, but you find yourself back here. You really just going to leave us, Era? Again? Naval says.
Well, is there really a reason to be mad? I'm still here.
Not by choice, Roxgun says.
Why is that? Why are you guys here?
We're always...
Where's the others?
Yeah. The others. So quickly you've seemed to have just cast us aside. Roxgun and Naval apparently feeling scorned. Willowa steps up. Not only that, certainly I understand your drive and passion for bettering yourself and doing what you feel is right, but have you even accomplished anything for all of your absence? What have you really learned? What have you even done?
I winced a bit, despite knowing this is, essentially some sort of trap, and not to really believe it. The words still reach Era a bit.
I must say, Willowa says, but there's a bit of a flicker in her voice. The voice changes between that and another voice that you are familiar with. And by the end of her sentence, Willowa has changed. into your mother. As she says, I must say, I am quite disappointed in you, Era. You feel small, like you were when you were young. Looking up at the disapproving face of your mother, and at your older sister, who kind of looks like, essentially, a rival has failed to live up to expectations. Just kind of scoffs and sneers and won't even meet your eyes.
Again, you truly don't know how to properly impersonate. It's kind of pathetic. I admit, the words hurt a bit, but you don't know me. Now, where are my friends? My real friends.
The voice comes through. Oh, don't worry. I feel like we could have plenty of time to get to know each other. I could start a nightmare of your own design. Just give me a bit of time. We'll fine-tune this. And then the present is gone and left in a room with no doors, no windows, just disapproval and disappointment of your friends and family. And as you stubbornly lash out against this, it goes on for hours, it goes on for days, needling at you, and didn't roll the best wisdom save, eventually picking at the pieces of your past, your insecurities that really you just want out. Doesn't matter where. At some point it's like, friends, real friends, I'll find them later. I just need to get out of here now. Attempts to cast spells fizzle and fail, only to lead to ridicule and mockery from those around you, laughter at yet another one of your failures. Tarand, you witness all of this. Naradian. Still a bit bugged by your mom's eye, but for the most part, as long as you are comfortable and happy spending your time and days with Isaiah, Braun, your mother, and that is all it is for you. It's enjoyable. But you still get that odd feeling every time that you catch the glance of your mom. Every time you see her unscarred eye. But it's your call whether you accept or reject it.
Yeah, it's bugging me way too much. Because it doesn't make sense. And it's like, if we haven't been gone that long, so
No.
so it bugs me.
Alright. And as you bring it up once again with her, she starts to speak, and as she does it, changes her voice to the one that had spoken with you before you had emerged arm in arm with them. Is it really something worth getting all worked up about? This is better. better than it was, and it could be as good as you want it to be, Nerlian.
Mm, no.
If you want to be... Sorry, what?
No. Just
If you want to be here, we welcome you with open arms. And you turn to see Isaiah standing there with his arms open for an embrace. Then he approaches you.
this is wrong.
Isaiah speaks, but with the voice of this entity. Well, what's wrong about it? Certainly, we can fix it.
No, no. I want to go back. If where am? It's, this is so wrong. So wrong.
Isaiah, Braun, and your mom stand across from you, and they look like they've just been rejected. In their own ways, their own unique expressions that you're all too familiar with. They seem saddened. Isaiah speaks in his own voice. I guess we're not enough. All right. I mean, I suppose perhaps it was a bit selfish of me to assume it would be. But if you want to go.
Slightly hesitating, but I need to see Eleanor. I need to see Grond. I need to find Aira. I need to talk to them.
As you begin to walk away, the sand beneath your feet on this beach starts to get softer, deeper, harder to walk away from. And you find that it eventually turns to a sort of quicksand. You are stuck, unable to move, unable to free yourself, and sinking fast. And as you do, and as you reach out, standing along the edge of this quicksand above you are Isaiah, Braun, your mom. In addition to Elevorn, Era, Durand, others. You're reaching out, reaching up. And simultaneously they all turn their backs on you as you continue to sink into the sand. Durand, you bear witness to all of this. And in Zevzal's dream, there's time when he is happy with Neve. But you can see that on the moment where, just like with the others, they realize something's wrong here. For him, it's clearly the leg that he lost, and you can see it's bugging him that he has it. You see, almost like a time lapse, he spends weeks in this dream before it starts to nag at him. And he comes to the realization that something's not right. He starts to reject this dream, reject the happiness that he has with Neve in this home, and as he does, you can see the dream turn sour. But what you see next surprises you. A little bit. Maybe a lot. You see the leg that he is missing return to being missing, and he loses his balance. He falls and seems unable to get up. As he tries to prop himself up, one by one, the rest of his limbs sort of disappear, like they've been dusted, to where he's just laying there helpless, staring up at Neve in your arms. As he calls out, essentially is berated by by Neve and yourself. Compared in every way to you, and unable to ever match or live up to what you have become, and even possibly what you have been before. There's always been that sort of friendship, that sort of, not quite a rivalry, but the comparison apparently has been living in his mind. He's always compared himself to you, and just hasn't been able to measure up. And at this, he cries out, he screams out, but his voice is gone. And you can feel, before you can feel the presence, you hear it again, and you kind of, almost surprised, you turn to see a ruby red eye unveiled by the mist. Now, I can't quite get to you. Can't quite get through. Something about the way you smell just stinks to me. But with those like you, I have a feeling that just simply being here, watching, seeing things that I do, that I can do, and unable to reach out, unable to contact, and unable to help those dear friends of yours, is more than anything I could have created. And so, I shall leave you here. Good luck. It is hard to tell how much time passes. Each of you, in your respective dreams, nightmares, eventually, the land you can see in each of the dreams, as well as in your own, the skies grow dark, and there is a little bit of rainfall. The distance in all of your dreams begins to sort of close in. Details on the horizon become fuzzy, almost as if the dream is ending. I would like everyone to make another wisdom save, please.
16.
Oh, nice.
10.
Okay. Okay.
26.
26?
Yeah.
All right. Durand, Elevorn, Neridion. It's hard to say how long you've been here, how long you've been living this. No less than at least a couple days. But as the horizons of each of your respective dreams closes in on you, the landscape begins to change. Durand, as you are pushing forward through this jungle, trying to find any way just to reach your friends, as you have been for since you got here, since you've had to witness the things that they've been going through, since you've been taunted by this entity, you could do nothing. You push through just as the details of what you're pushing through go fuzzy, and as you do push through, you can feel something tugging at your hand, and you look back, and it's Elevorn. Hand linked as she comes through with Neridion, with Era and Zevzal. Era, who as you come through is out of it. Her eyes are going wild, and it's almost like she's wincing against some sort of sound or noise. And she almost immediately lets go of hands with the rest of you and goes to a sort of fetal position with her hands covering her ears, the same position that you had been in your own personal nightmare era. But you're all together, would seem, though you have witnessed each other in your own dreams before, so it's hard to say what's what. What are you guys doing? Zevzal looks at himself, his hands trembling, looks to the rest of you. Are you all alright?
I think I'm alright, but
I don't know what's going. Did we just? How long has it?
I don't know. And
I think we should we head? I want to head back. How do we get out of here? Sven, wake us up!
Relax.
we have to help Era also. I'm gonna go to Era's, just like try to shake her. I guess I don't know.
You help Era come to. Era, once you open your eyes, and it's Neridion, it's Durand, it's Elevorn.
Are you?
It's a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder.
Oh shit, not this shit again.
I'm gonna actually hold on to Neri.
I'll hold you back. Are you okay? What?
Is it over?
I mean, I hope so, but I don't think we can be sure. But I really hope so. This definitely isn't what I saw before, so in that sense, it's... I don't know.
As the wind begins to pick up, Nedadion crouched down, holding Era. Zevzol shouting to the sky for somebody to wake him up and just punching at trees until his knuckles go bloody. Durand, Elevorn.
I'm gonna try to, like, stop Seville.
Alright. Elevorn, what are you doing?
Well, just gratefully observing that everybody's alive and just not, like, just they're alive. So
You see this, you see Nedadion crushing and holding, comforting Era. You can see Durand going over, trying to calm Zevzol down, who is still frantically shouting and trying to do whatever he can to get out of here. The wind whipping your hair across your face. As the rest are distracted, you can see a little girl with Elvis features, seemingly just at the point where the details of your surroundings are beginning to be fuzzy. It hasn't begun to rain here, and yet it seems like she is standing under a downpour of water or rain that is just covering her, soaking her. You can't see exactly, but her lips are moving. Can't hear her either, but her lips are moving in a repetitive pattern. You're not quite able to make it out.
can I run towards her?
You can.
Then I would like to.
Alright, you run towards her. Enough to see a little bit more detail on her face. Distinct elven features now. She's definitely a little elf girl. Her skin, very, very fair, on the point of being almost porcelain-like. The expression through the torrential rain, the hair that is sticking to her face from being matted down, is... Make an insight check, please.
That's a 16.
Her face is one of concern and urgency, as if there isn't much time. Again, she's mouthing something over and over and over again. It's like it's one or two words. It's a one or two word phrase that's just repeating. And as you attempt to focus, as you're about to maybe see, maybe perhaps be able to read the lips, there's a flash of lightning, a crack of thunder, and suddenly you get the feeling of free falling. Looking up at storm clouds, you're falling head first, surrounded by droplets of water and surrounded by your friends, who also find themselves free falling. In another instance, it seems like you're heading towards a spring of some kind, with rocks surrounding the base and edges, along with these droplets of water. The four of you and Zevzal crash into the spring and find yourselves underwater now, unable to breathe. You hear the dull roar of thunder, muted and muffled by the water that is now surrounding you. You can even feel it begin to shake and shift the spring water, kind of jostling each and every one of you. What are you guys doing?
I mean, if we're underwater still, so then Ali is gonna start swimming up.
It's difficult at first to even determine which direction is up. Looking through, the water here is surprisingly clear, easy to see through. You can see each other, and you can see near the surface there's the little elvish girl. Her hair kind of floating around her in the water as if under zero gravity as she's beckoning you towards the surface, still repeating that one or two word phrase. You all make your way towards the surface, and as you do, you are accosted with strong winds, the occasional flash of lightning, and an oddly serene, moonlit meadow kind of spring of some sort. It's kind of surreal. You notice there are insects that are surrounding you, fireflies that are flying around you, but as one flies in front of your faces, you notice something strange about these fireflies. They are flying around you both upside down and backwards. And they number in the hundreds. As they light up around you and sort of move around you in an almost dizzying fashion, there's another flash of light, another crash of thunder, and a wave comes over and crashes down onto each of you as you wake up. Svenkrid and Vandar shaking the boat, shaking each of you individually. As your eyes dart open into the early afternoon sky and sun that you had fallen asleep in. What are you guys doing?
How long have we been out?
I'm gonna look at my cape.
You're gonna look at your cape?
Mhm.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, Era.
16.
16. All right, that's even. As you are jostled awake, you sit up, and as you do, your cape snags on something in the boat and tears.
Okay, different tear, same place, smaller, bigger. The type of tear, is it similar, same, or different?
similar. It's different enough.
Okay, cool.
It's a different tear. In a similar location, but it's different enough.
Okay. I'm gonna
You all come
yank
to.
the piece off. Sorry.
Sorry, it's alright. Vandor replies, well, didn't quite get to the resolution of the spell. I'd say maybe 7-8 minutes. But, well, you all seem to be getting a bit fitful, and he points over at Zevzal, who asleep on the sand. You can see some blood pooling from around his nose and ears and staining the sand red, coming to and seeming woozy and weak. Svenkard says, I was able to patch him up a little bit, but whatever the wounds were, whatever happened, wasn't physical and was enough to, I feel, merit waking you all. So, did you discover anything in the short time you were under?
It really wants you to stay in the dream. It tries to lure you with, I don't.
And unless
Sorry, you go ahead.
my bad. I was just going to point out that unless we had the same dream, I assume we didn't have the same dream unless you guys dreamt of Valoa, Roguesker, and Neville too.
I didn't dream of them, but I saw my mom and Isaiah and Baron. So in that sense, same.
Zevzal sort of wipes some blood from his nose and lip. I'm not exactly sure who some of those people are, so I'm pretty sure I did not dream of them. Mine was a bit different. I hesitate to describe it as more of a nightmare, actually. Though it doesn't matter.
I mean, if I can remember things correctly, it's hard to say because I'm not sure how much time has passed, but I may have actually seen all of that.
At this, Zevzal looks aghast. You did? Are you sure? It might have been something else entirely. Maybe something. We could be talking about two very different things. Easily, if this whatever thing, creature, being is, could construct dreams and nightmares for each of us, he could most certainly have shown you something different than what I experienced, what we experienced.
I had my own, which was separate of what I noticed after this thing took me somewhere else. Where I saw many different instances, with all of you in them. I can't say if it was exactly what you were experiencing, but I saw many. It's neither here nor there, and at the end of the day,
Either way, Svengrid says, perhaps we could. Are we done? If we're done here, we should head back to Nimue. And I feel the less time we spend on the island until we are ready, the better. Only spend as much time as necessary.
Yeah.
Same.
So, you all begin to head back, and the boat ride back is quiet. And you get back aboard the Nimue, Alpha Nimloth, and begin, I suppose, to think of the next step, whatever that might be. We'll figure out what that next step is next time. Well, that's it. That's all I got for you guys. Get out of here.
Crazy.
Damn it. I forgot to change the music. I got too invested in it. I'm supposed to be playing this when the nightmares hit.
Nightmares. Schmightmares.
Anyways, you guys should have just taken the dreams. Just be happy. Damn it.
We can't
Never.
be.
Impossible.
Impossible.
It's just too weird.
It's too weird to be happy.
Yeah.
I'm only comfortable if I'm miserable.
Yeah.
True.
So did you guys figure out where you have to go?
I'm thinking other things because
Absolutely
this is
We have to go to areas we don't want to go into.
way too
Like-
invested in trying to find out what this is because well yeah.
Well, we were rain, and then we were part of the rain falling down from the sky into the spring, and then we were in the ocean, and then in the meadow somehow. How do
You weren't in the ocean. You were in
We
like
weren't in the ocean?
You fell into the spring thing. That's where you
Oh.
fell. You fell into like a pond kind of thing. The place with the fireflies.
At the meadow. Meadow.
Sure. Whichever.
So at nighttime, because it was moonlit.
Yep.
And it was a
Everybody
little
else?
elvish girl.
Hmm?
And it was an elvish girl, little.
Mm-hmm. Repeating either one word or a 2-word phrase.
But the voice that some of us heard was a male voice.
All of you heard it. Yeah. Seemed like
All
a
of
male
us.
voice, yeah.
Ooh. So
The elf girl is probably saying, "Get out! Get out!
but two different demon.
Go
I don't know.
away! Get the fuck up!"
It's 4 words, but
Math is hard. Math is
What do you-
hard. Words are hard. Okay.
Words are hard. What are you saying?
Yo, not
Nemo?
my. Oh, so yeah, sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. It seemed like you were onto something.
Well, it was all water. It's something to do with the water, or, I'm not sure because everything was upside down and backwards as well. Well, the fireflies.
Not everything, just the fireflies.
Fireflies. Yeah. Fireflies. Mm-hmm. This is like the Firefly Funhouse, huh?
No. No?
Crave of the fireflies.
Well, it's some sort of game as well, so. But, maybe it has something to do with the water on the island. Mm-hmm.
Well, I have full confidence in you guys.
I don't know what I'm doing.
On the island, though, so then is the ocean not affected? But so it's coming from the. Interesting.
I think you just broke my character.
It was always in there somewhere.
Sorry, nothing I haven't dealt with before. You
What
can't
you
bring
mean?
trauma that won't hurt me any more than I've already hurt myself.
Yeah, it's just. You guys
That
could have
wasn't
done
a
it.
nightmare.
David. What?
That wasn't a nightmare for Elevorn. That's just her future. That's just reality. You just showed her the truth. That's why I said you just broke my character, because how does
Oh
she...
my god.
Because it wasn't a nightmare. That's just what's gonna happen. That's
Not
it.
really. You could easily, die before that.
Not easily.
You could
Like,
Not,
easily
not easily, I guess.
Just die before them.
Flipping a
Yeah,
banana.
that's it.
Well, that's it. Elevorn's just out to die now. Great.
Death. No.
yes.
And don't worry about that other thing either.
Or maybe
What other thing?
Elevorn should try to figure out some way to extend the other one's lives.
Let me just spread my years around. Here you guys go.
Oh, wait up. How long was
Well,
it actually?
Era could just become a lich or something.
True.
Wait. What?
You could just be a lich. That's how you live forever.
I would never. Why would I put myself through that suffering?
There's perfectly
and
fine
the-
liches out there.
Yeah, but then
Sure.
Era would be in Ella's position because Era
they
would
could be
live
together.
forever.
Oh
Yeah, they
yeah,
could
that's
live
even
forever.
longer than Elevorn.
They could both just live forever.
Everybody just multi-classes into wizard.
Yeah, easy.
Isn't there some other ways to turn into Leech? Probably is.
Just keep dying and using reincarnate until you come back as an elf.
Elevorn secretly murdering the party to bring them
You'll
back.
be friends forever. Oh god. You're spoiling it. Second campaign, Elevorn's the big bad.
Oh lord.
No, it's alright.
I have thought about Elevorn's predicament.
I mean, I haven't, because that would change her.
Just let it go. It's a bad dream. Whatever. You can't
Go.
linger on bad dreams forever.
Unless you have enough exhaustion.
Well, good night, guys, and I apologize if I've irrevocably destroyed your characters.
Better.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Good night,
night.
everybody.
Good night.
Night. Just gonna leave the eerie music here playing for a minute. Let's put that up actually. Take that. Take that. Since then, didn't put on in time.